Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to today's council meeting. I'd like to welcome everyone to the gallery. We have a full house to start the new year, and that is always very exciting for us. I'm going to call the meeting to order and request that Councillor Forder read our land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We would like to begin by acknowledging that we are meeting on the traditional lands and treaty territory of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, which includes the Chippewas of Nawash and Ceded First Nation and the Chippewas of Saugeen First Nation. We also recognize the Métis, whose ancestors shared this land and these waters. We extend our gratitude to all Anishinaabe and Métis people and their descendants, past, present, and future, who continue to care for and inhabit these lands and tend these waters.
And now I'll just ask you to join me in a moment of silent reflection on our business today. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof? Seeing none, just a reminder to bring it forward if it occurs to you. And we'll move on to announcements around the horseshoe. Deputy Mayor Keaveney.
Thank you very much, Mayor Kentner, and good afternoon, everyone. A couple of things I wanted to bring forward today. First of all, I wanted to start by talking about our sesquicentennial. We had our wrap-up event yesterday, which was just such a huge success. But all of this started with an idea from Councillor Greenfield and Mayor Kentner, who said our 150th is coming up and we really should celebrate that. And I hope you're both very pleased and proud with all the events that happened over the year. There were actually over 75 events in 2024, which is pretty incredible for our little community, and literally hundreds of volunteers and every club and organization was involved in celebrating our 150th. So I just want to say a public thank you to everyone involved. And there is a video slideshow. If anyone was at the event yesterday, you will have seen that, but that video show is going to be posted on our website and our Facebook page shortly. So it's a wonderful overview of all the events of this past year. So do take a few moments and have a look at that. And secondly, with my Rotary hat on, I want to mention to everyone that the thrift shop is in need of men's winter coats. If anyone has a men's winter coat in their closet that they can part with, our community really needs men's winter coats. Thank you so much.
Other announcements on our side of the horseshoe? I have a few then. On behalf of the municipality of Meaford staff, we want to wish you a happy and prosperous new year. We hope that you've enjoyed a wonderful holiday season with family and friends. As we begin 2025, we look forward to continuing our work together and the exciting opportunities that lie ahead for our community. A reminder that the municipality of Meaford's 2025 council meeting schedule is available at meaford.ca/meetings. And you may not be aware of this, but I want to let you know that the municipality of Meaford is inviting the community to apply for positions on various municipal advisory committees, offering community members the opportunity to take part in discussions that guide Meaford's growth while working collaboratively to develop ideas to create positive change for the community's future. There are vacancies on the following committees right now: the Heritage Advisory Committee, 3 vacancies; Investing in Infrastructure Advisory Committee, 2 vacancies; and Strengthening Our Community Advisory Committees, 1 vacancy. To learn more and apply, visit meaford.ca/committees. Anything on your side of the horseshoe, Alex? Okay, then we'll move on to public participation. Members of the public are always encouraged to provide council with their comments and questions. Presentations must be prearranged with legislative services before the agenda is released and are limited to 10 minutes. If a member of the public wishes to make a deputation on items on the council agenda or to ask a public question of council, they may do so either in person at the council chambers or remotely via Zoom, either phone or internet. Members of the public wishing to make a deputation or ask a public question must register in advance with legislative services by 10 in the morning on the day of the meeting. And you can do that by contacting clerk@meaford.ca or calling 519-538-1060, extension 1110. An email with access information will be sent to those who register for remote participation. Deputations are limited to 5 minutes, and public questions are limited to 2 minutes. And just a reminder, the public can watch this meeting live via the Municipality of Meaford's YouTube channel, www.meaford.ca/YouTube. And we do have some presentations today. I guess one presentation, 2 deputations, and we also have 3 public questions. So we're going to go in the order of presentations first, and I'm going to call on Peter Van Drunen. His topic is the Centreville Beach, and I'll just remind you, Peter, that you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner, Deputy Mayor, councillors, municipal staff for allowing us the opportunity to present today. And I want to wish, on behalf of our group, all of you a healthy and prosperous 2025. Marnie Wraith, Al Marin, and I are presenting on behalf of a large number of Meaford residents who support public access at Centreville Beach. This presentation is available on the Meaford Municipal Council website for those that are watching, and therefore we will move through some of the slides rather quickly. With increasingly fewer public waterfront access points in many municipalities, the Meaford municipality has a unique opportunity to develop an existing park space by acquiring the Centreville Beach property at a very low cost. Through this acquisition, council can create a lasting legacy for future generations of Meaford residents. As I'm sure you're fully aware, Centreville Beach has been utilized by the public over the years for many purposes. Many of us who moved to Meaford chose to live in the Centreville Beach area due to its direct access to the waterfront. We have included several testimonials in this presentation. They are heartwarming examples of how much Centreville Beach has meant to the authors and their families. These testimonials have been published in the local newspaper and are available online for you to access. We want to sincerely thank Megan, Addison, and Amy for taking time to write these wonderful letters of support. They're really great. It's amazing. It's really heartwarming to see it and read it. As we met with residents over the past months, many stories were shared by long-term residents of their wonderful experiences and traditions at Centreville Beach. To gauge public support, in November, we launched a petition. The response so far has been overwhelmingly in favor of public access, with over 250 signatures collected. We had both on walkabout, online, and by far the majority, over 90%, are local Meaford residents. Ownership of Centreville Beach property can be traced back at least to 1910, possibly before. In early November, we provided a legal title search report to all of council and the CAO. This report concluded that the Trussler family estate had a rightful claim to the Centreville Beach property. The heirs of the Trussler estate, Brent and Nancy Flanagan, presented this information at the October 21st, 2024 council meeting, offering to turn over their claim to the municipality in order that the beach remain a public space. To date, No member of the municipality or council have taken any action to review this information or offer with Brent. Although usage of the Centreville Beach has evolved over time, it has become a popular location for recreational activities, and the municipality insured and maintained it for public use for many years. In late August and September, without any explanation to the public, the municipality withdrew from Centreville Beach, placing boulders and posting signage to restrict access. After repeated attempts by local residents to obtain clarity, including questions raised in several council meetings, the municipality finally published statements regarding Centreville Beach. These statements included misleading and incorrect information. Requests made by residents to have these statements retracted and corrected have been ignored. This brings us back to the following facts. Centreville Beach is listed in the county registry as owner unknown for reasons outlined in an earlier slide. The municipality informed us that there's been no record of any property taxes being paid on this property. Municipal staff were aware for some time prior to exiting the beach that the municipality had a legitimate claim of ownership to Centreville Beach. For reasons unknown to the public, the municipal staff followed the false narrative that the property owners across from Centreville Beach owned Centreville Beach. This is simply not true. This false narrative was leveraged to direct municipal staff to exit the beach. There is clear evidence of this false narrative in documents we received through the Freedom of Information process. This, along with the overall lack of transparency, has caused much confusion and grave concerns within the community. I'd like to turn it over now to Marnie for the next phase of the presentation.
Why should council consider public ownership of Centreville Beach? Firstly, it aligns to Meaford's official plan, as one of the plan's objectives is to provide residents access to parkland and open space. Secondly, it aligns with Meaford's waterfront strategy and master plan of 2014. In this plan, it recommends that the municipality protects, enhances, and expands public access to waterfront land. Thirdly, it also aligns to your own council priorities, as shown on the municipal website. One of your priorities is to develop new park space and redevelop existing green space. Now is the opportunity for council to act on your own plans, on your own strategies, and on your own priorities. Development charges and parkland dedication fees can be tapped to acquire Centreville Beach. I just want to quickly go over a few examples of what other Ontario municipalities are doing with their waterfront. The town of Collingwood has identified public waterfront access as one of the town's top 5 goals in the next 20 years. The municipalities of Oro-Medonte, Innisfil, and Burlington have waterfront strategies that have recommended the need to acquire waterfront parkland in their communities. These communities understand the importance of maintaining and expanding their waterfront public access. They are doing this to provide a high quality of living for their residents. And similarly to this high quality of living, here's a quote, a testimonial from Dr. Erica Ferguson, a Grey County doctor with some planning experience. She quotes that protecting public access of Centreville Beach is of paramount importance to the health and the wellness of Meaford residents. And now I'll turn it over to Al Marin.
Thanks, Marnie and Peter. As with all the other municipalities seeking to expand public access to the water, this is what we see a lot of in Meaford right now, private property signs. Perhaps we see more of these in Meaford than in some other municipalities, given that Meaford already has a very limited number of public beaches. You can't afford to lose any more. Luckily, it's easy to envision a better alternative. Meaford has already been occupying and maintaining Centreville Beach as a public beach for decades. There's a superb opportunity right now to act on Meaford's own stated goals and to own and enhance this public beach. So how do we get there? Council needs to agree that the objective of keeping Centreville Beach public is in the best interest of the community and commit to making it a priority. We've already provided the town, as Peter said, with a legal opinion indicating that Meaford can pursue ownership directly through several legal methods. And the town was previously aware of the options to do so. These are strong claims for a number of factors, including the decades of open occupation of the beach and the fact that no tax has been paid on the beach during all that time. In addition to that, all the historical documentation and legal opinion that we've been able to amass, everything we've been able to find, indicates that apart from the town's strong claim, the rightful owners to the property would be Brent and Nancy Flanagan, who are here today. And the good news is that Brent and Nancy fully support the municipality taking ownership of the beach for public use and will happily work with the municipality to make that happen, which really puts this entire situation, as far as I'm concerned, into the category of the no-brainer.
Your 10 minutes is up at this point.
Okay, can I have one more minute?
1 more minute.
Thank you. So it's time to create a lasting legacy for the community now. There are several things that are clear. The community overwhelmingly wants this beach to remain public. It's a valuable asset to the town's portfolio and furthers the town's stated goals. Acquisition and maintenance can be a high value, low cost proposition for the town. Meaford's a growing community. We want more tourism. We will need more beaches and public spaces, not fewer. So the decisions that we make today on this issue will impact the quality of life for Meafordites today and into the future. Thank you for the additional time. Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you. I'm just adjusting the agenda a little bit because we have 3 public questions also dealing with Centreville Beach. So I'm going to call on the public questions now. They're 2 minutes each, and the first speaker is Brent Flanagan.
Mayor, Deputy Mayor, councilors, and staff. My name is Brent Flanagan, live at 194 Lakeshore Road South. In the October 21st council meeting, I appeared and asked who we had just done the research or had gotten some results of our research. And I had asked council, who do I need to coordinate with to give all that information to? I wanted the municipality to have everything I had. Mayor Kentner said it was Kim Buckton was my contact. And before Kim and I could have a meeting, she left. My question is, do you want to proceed with me giving you all the documentation I have? You may already have it, but I want to make sure you do have everything I have. Who's my contact now that Kim has left? That's my first question. In that October meeting, I expressed that we wanted the municipality to have the property. Today, as they mentioned in the presentation, we don't have an answer. I'd kind of like to know what the municipality's response is to our offer to let you have the property. I want to close by just stating that Nancy and I have no interest in owning the beach property. We want the municipality to own it so all the residents of Meaford can have access to it. And do you want me to wait for the answer on the contact, who I need to contact, or do you want to get to me later?
I couldn't give you an answer today on the number 1 because we don't have a CAO at this moment in time, obviously. So we'll give you that information immediately if there's an appointment.
Will there be somebody that is filling in until you get a CAO that I could coordinate with?
Yes, but I think you're going to need a council discussion as to
That's
whether
fine.
or not we want to receive it. And I think we'll have that discussion. So
Yep, just let me know who it is.
Thank you very much. Secondly, I'll call on Mary Lou and Scott McLean.
It's Mary Lou, no Scott here.
Okay,
I am a resident of Lakeshore Road and I was involved in helping with the petition and got great feedback. My family, my husband's family has lived here for generations and have enjoyed that beach. My mother-in-law said, I think for over 70 years. So it has a very personal meaning to our family in that way. My question is for each counselor, and I would appreciate an answer from each of you individually if possible. Since the ownership of the beach lot 38 remains unknown in the county land registry, and since in early November you received a legal land title search report that concluded that the heirs of the Trussler family are most likely the rightful property owners of lot 38, and since Brent Flanagan, who represents the Trussler estate, announced to council on October 21st that he is willing, and today, to claim the land deed and transfer it back to the municipality at a nominal cost so the beach could stay at public space. Finally, it's evident that we have great support to keep the beach public, as over 200 neighbors have signed the petition to keep the beach a public space. With this information you've had in the past 2 months, do you support that the municipality should act now and acquire the beach to keep it as a public access beach?
okay, thank you very much. She's asked for an answer at this point in time. I'm going to recommend that you wait until we actually, have some discussion of this matter, which I have never had to my recollection. And, we can certainly make you aware of whatever decision comes out of that discussion. The third speaker then is Marnie Wraith.
I think I'll try my question to Deputy Mayor Shirley Keaveney because I have an unresolved question with you, Mayor, dating back from
Yes.
November. So I think I'm going to try my bet with Shirley today. From a Freedom of Information request that I had received, the information, I have an email that I have in my possession from interim acting CAO Matt Smith. And the email is to the incoming CAO, Kim Buckham, and it's dated June 3rd, 2024. In this email, Mr. Smith outlines an option for public waterfront ownership as it pertains to Centreville Beach. The option in this email also involves some information installing a porta potty and increased municipal maintenance of the site. Was council aware of this option of public ownership on June 3rd, 2024, as staff was aware that there was an option of public ownership? And if so, what actions did you take? That's to Shirley.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner, and thank you for allowing me to address the question, Marnie. No, I was not aware of that particular discussion between Mr. Smith and Ms. Buckham, but while I have the microphone, what I would like to say is that later in this meeting, during our agenda, there's an opportunity to bring forward notices of motion. And I have already talked with Mayor Kentner and our clerk and members of senior staff and let them know that it is my intention to bring a notice of motion today to address this very issue of Centreville Beach, because I'm going to be requesting a report from staff to provide further information on any appropriate next steps in determining rightful ownership. It's been established, the municipality doesn't own it. We don't know at this point who does. So that report will include further legal opinion on exact ownership and what next steps should be. So I do appreciate you offering me an opportunity to speak today, Marnie, and that is the next steps from my perception is that we need to turn this back to staff and allow them to continue with investigation on ownership and what what we should do, just an evaluation of the information that you brought us today. And I would appreciate the additional information that was offered to us and allow staff to review all of that and to bring us the best recommendations on what we should do next.
Thank you. I was in the understanding that when Kim Buckham was at CAO, she had already initiated the staff report on Centreville Beach in the November council meeting.
If I may, Mayor Kentner, I was aware that Kim, after attending the public meeting at the beach, had mentioned that she would be preparing a report, but we have not seen that and we have no knowledge of what she might have included in that report. We were just aware that she was intending to bring us a report.
And if I may just comment for the record, Marnie, this is the first time I have heard of that communication between our former acting CAO and our late CAO. First I've heard of it.
Thank you.
And you know what? I mean, a mayor shouldn't have to go through the Freedom of Information Act to find out, you know, where we really stand on something, but that's the story and it's the truth.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a response for the ratepayers there. Thank you for your presentation to council. As noted previously, in an open session meeting, the municipality does not own the lands that are the subject property of your presentation. If the municipality were to pursue an inquiry into these lands, legal costs would be accrued at a cost to the taxpayer. As council is the decision-making body of the municipality, it is up to council to bring forward a motion for discussion and debate to decide if the municipality should bear the costs of reviewing the subject lands through the municipality's legal counsel. So your presentation has been noted and filed per the procedural bylaw. And I can just tell you, I spent the morning signing a stack of checks that high, and some of the highest are our legals, including a check concerning this matter as well. So money is going out the door on it. We're just not very well informed on it, I think. Councillor Bell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We often at council have folks that come forward. They take the time out of their day to come forward and talk to us, and they ask us, you know, what's council going to do on this, and what kind of action can we take? And nobody's getting back to me, and so on. I think the point that I'd like to just make clear, we hear the word transparency talked about a lot, but all of members of council got a little pamphlet. It's from the ombudsman. And basically the book starts off and it says that all meetings will be open to the public. Right on. There's 14 exceptions. They go into closed session. And one of those is the acquisition or the disposition of land. And so with this, as comments have been rendered previously and even today, comment was rendered a nominal fee. Therefore, we need to go into a closed session and have conversation about that. And we would love to give you some comments, but I think according to the rules, that we do have rules, I think that this rule is that today we take into your conversations, we listen to you, and we take them to heart. But I do believe, Mr. Mayor, we'll be heading to a closed session. So thanks for the opportunity for letting me just say right out of the book.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Mayor Kentner, and thank you for coming and letting us know. As far as I was concerned, this was a no-brainer and it was in the hands of our CAO. That's the last time I heard of it. Now, Mr. Flanagan, I'm not a lawyer. I do have some paperwork telling me that it is privately owned. I don't know, like I said, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know how legal that paperwork is. I don't have a copy of your paperwork. I would like a copy, Mr. Flanagan, of the stuff that you were going to give to council. I just want a copy because it should go through the proper things. Mary Lou, you said most likely they are the owners. That doesn't really cut it. I intend on listening to Deputy Mayor's motion. I probably will second it or support it because I want to get to the bottom of this. I live 25 miles from here. Should I care about this beach section? Doesn't really matter. I do care. I do want it to be owned by the municipality. And if we can make that happen, whether we expropriate it, because if it's not entitled to anybody, like it says at the land registry, it should be easy for us to expropriate it. But I do want to get to the bottom of it, and I think council is going to take this by the horns. And Mr. Fanning, if you could supply me with that material, I would like that. Thank you.
I think that's really out of order. I'm sorry, but we have to work within the rules we're given. But I think you have assurances that we are definitely taking your concerns seriously. And I regret that it's been very difficult to correspond on this issue with a lot of balls in the air, and but we will definitely be dealing with it, and as expeditiously as possible under the circumstances. Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks to everyone who has come forward today. We do appreciate your time and your effort, and I have personally learned a little more information than what I did previously, and that should be advantageous. No doubt about it. We have at least two different opinions as far as ownership to this stretch of beachfront is, and also that third one, that unknown owner or no man's land description, which we've heard. There may be others too. I can't help but reminisce about a situation that came forward to this council back in, I believe it was 2007. It involved Georgian Beach waterfront. It involved neighbors who had different ideas about who owned the Georgian Bay waterfront. Council, in an effort to resolve the situation, took on the job of trying to investigate, trying to research, trying to put some closure to the controversy. It ended up taking us at least 6 years and $800,000 to solve the question. So I'm not against further investigation here, but I do have to say, your council is not here to act as a referee. We will do our due diligence. We'll see what we can find out. We'll try to find something that is positive and meaningful, but I, for one, am going to be very, very hesitant, pardon the pun, to jump in this deep water, because we've been there and it took years for this municipality to recover from that first situation, and I don't want to open those floodgates again. Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And only because, Mary Lou, you did ask for some response from all the councillors, so I will chime in, and I'm not really going to disagree with any of my fellow councillors. The end of the day, to Councillor Bell's point, we're bound by procedure. Moreover, we're bound by legal obligation. So it is my understanding, as has been pointed out, we have received information that does counter some of the points that have been made today. So whenever there are two differing legal opinions, obviously this is going to come down to a legal opinion at the end of the day. We are bound by legality. So as much as I appreciate everybody's enthusiasm. This is something that unfortunately we are gonna have to, as Councillor Greenfield says, we're gonna have to hurry up and wait. Because until we get actual proper legal advice, I would be remiss to try and weigh in and say anything that could be construed as being improper or worse, illegal. So thank you again, everybody, for your passionate presentations. And we do hear you and understand the concerns, and thank you. But I'm going to also have to wait until how this bears out legally before it can really come down one way or the other.
Okay, we have one more presentation, a deputation today, Mitchell Henry. This is on item 9A. It's an engineering report. The Mitchell Henry Municipal Drain is, oh, sorry, and it is Ron Lipset who is speaking. I'm sorry. Ron?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and councillors. My name is Rob Lipset. I'm a beef and small cash crop farmer in the former Sydenham Township. The tiling project before you today for consideration of approving the engineer's report has caused many red flags for the protection of my property rights. I have been involuntarily included in this project from the beginning. And how, you may ask, I was aware of a tiling project on an adjacent property through visual confirmation. At no point in time was I approached or asked to participate in the project, and eventually the third landowner in the project advised me that Mitchell Henry's drainage outlet was directing its water flow onto my property. The Tile Drainage Act states, common law recognizes water should not be directed by artificial means onto neighboring properties without an agreement. No agreement was or has been reached, and the outlet continues to drain onto my property currently. The reason I have participated in project discussions is to simply have my land restored to the condition it was in prior to the action of artificially directing outlet water onto my property without my knowledge or consent. Another section of the Tile Drainage Act states participation of the landowners requiring drainage. I am not requiring drainage, nor do I have any long-term plans to require drainage. These are two examples of my concerns that I have not received any factual responses to. In order to source concrete answers and outline the extent to which I am required to participate and how to protect my landowner rights, secure protection for my farm business, and myself personally, I have recently retained legal counsel from Robert W. Scriven. At this time, we respectfully urge council to defer decision on this project as per the letter circulated to council from Mr. Scriven. We are requesting additional time to explore my rights as a property owner before something irreversible and costly occurs to the affected landowners. Mr. Scriven and I have reviewed our options moving forward and agree that a deferral of decision would be the most amicable and appropriate course of action at this time. Thank you for the opportunity to present before you today, and thank you for your attention to this matter.
Thank you, Rob. And I believe is Mitchell Henry present as well? Sorry, go ahead, Mitchell. Sorry,
Thank you for your time. Just a question about the municipal drain. If any of the parties involved decide that they want to appeal the municipal drain, who bears the costs associated with that?
I think I'm going to direct that question to you, Jessica, if you can answer that.
Through the chair. So part of the part of the discussion on the actual report itself will include our engineer who will, the cost of the appeal, truthfully, I'm not 100% and I don't want to say whether it's anyone particularly, but our engineer will definitely be able to answer that question. And we'll give a little bit of a presentation too, just about where we're at in the process and how you can appeal and what the appeals look like. So stay tuned.
Yes, there is. I invite you both to stay with us because your item comes up in our agenda, and we will be getting an engineer's report at that time. Any other, okay, thank you very much, Mitchell. Next on the agenda is council inquiries. No questions for sorry, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Kentner, and I do have a question for Director Wiley. I'm going to speak for council and suggest that we are so grateful to have bridges 21 and 22 installed. And that's just really exciting after all of these years. But I'm curious to know if you can share with us, Jess, what the next steps are in terms of getting them opened. Do we have any sense? I know there's been a lot of snow, but do we have any sense of what damage there's been to the road and what it might take to repair whatever that is, and when we might be able to celebrate opening these bridges?
Through the chair, as of right now, we don't have any definitive dates as to when we can celebrate the opening of the structures because there is a lot of snow. And we need to be able to make sure that everything is complete with the roadway. We've been working with the contractors, but I will provide a date the minute that I know what that looks like. But as of right now, the weather really hasn't helped us be able to evaluate what's going on there or not. We know that they're installed. We know that everything with the actual structures, but it's the roadway leading up to them, which, as you can imagine, has endured a lot of use. So we're just waiting to be able to provide an opening date. But as soon as I know, I will let you know.
Councillor Urick?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thinking this pick on Jessica Day, so I'll keep the ball rolling. So Jessica, we've had a nice break before Christmas. We've had a bit of time, and I've had I'm going to pass on just two or three, if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor, 2 or 3 points that these are not contentious, they're just questions regarding some timelines of things that are coming up. One would be, so a lot has been said, we talked about prior to Christmas during budget conversations, was about the dredging of the harbor. And I have people asking kind of what the scope of that is going to be this year, whether it's going, you know, how large that project's going to be, where it's going to be, et cetera. So again, not looking for an answer right now, but just to put that seed out there that if we can communicate what that is going to be looking like, what our plans are going to be to that, then definitely a lot of people with boats down at the harbor are obviously looking for some information in that regard. This also pertains to harbor. We talked as well as prior to Christmas about the Shepherd, Captain Shepherd artifacts, just kind of, again, whether we have kind of a plan, timeline in place of that, in place for that, because I think come the upcoming infrastructure and growing our economy advisory committee meetings, that will definitely be a topic of conversation, because I think people are just keen to know what is going to be happening with those as well. So just planting that seed. The last one comes down to people are again curious about the Skydev and hotel kind of scenario. Just, and again, you can't answer these questions, but I'm passing along questions that I'm asked. So it is just like timelines. Moreover, one of the ones that came up from a few people was, do we as a municipality, so when those projects are underway, we're also talking about our own kind of water walkway path that's kind of going to be adjacent to those, and whether there's any kind of plans that are already in place of what that's going to look like, what the timing is going to be, what the affiliated costs are going to be. This is something that's obviously going to come up at budget as well. So that's the other thing, just planting seeds for future conversations about the harbor and waterfront to that area and what we're going to be doing. So, and again, I know you don't have answers now, I'm not expecting them now, but we will need to talk about these things not too distant future, I would assume. Thank you.
Okay, any other inquiries? All right, let's move on to, there's really nothing on our consent agenda. Items for consideration. We have a recommendation, be it resolved that bylaw 2025-01 being a bylaw to appoint a deputy treasurer be taken as read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. I need a mover and seconder. moved by Deputy Mayor Keaveney and seconded by Councillor Greenfield. Any discussion on this motion? All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Now we can call on the engineer's report. You're right, I do. Moved by Councillor Forder, seconded by Councillor Bell. All in favor? And yes, now that we are in committee of the whole, we do have an engineer's report. Operations 2025-01, the Mitchell Henry Municipal Drain. And Jeremy Taylor of RJ Burnside and Associates, I believe, is online. Are you there?
Yes, I am, Mayor.
Great. Could you go ahead and give us your report?
Yes, I can. Thank you, Mayor, Council, and staff. I believe I have a presentation that the clerk is going to be able to work through here as we discuss the Mitchell Henry Municipal Drain. And apologize I don't have camera, but just want to confirm that first slide is up on the for the view of everybody in council.
Yep, we can see that. Thank you.
Okay, there we go. So the presentation is going to work in between both the presentation of the report and also talk a little bit about the municipal drain. So the first slide I have here is what is municipal drain. So my understanding is that the Mayor and Council here have not had a lot of exposure to the municipal drain, the Drainage Act process. This is some of the information I share today is something that we cover with the landowners as we go through the process. But basically the Drainage Act is the act that we're following to do the municipal drain for these landowners that are involved in this process. And it's basically to provide a legal or sufficient outlet for water to go from one property through to another to a water course. The project is, as you know, is administered by the municipality. An engineer is appointed to prepare a report. Agencies are involved for their reviews. And at the end of the process, we have a municipal drain constructed, hopefully. It is referred to as a community project. Landowners are in fact that are within the area are affected by the proposed design. One key thing that's unique with the Drainage Act is it is a user-pay system. So landowners are assessed through the report and then prorated through at the end with the actual costs for a portion of the cost of the works. It is considered a legal existence. It's providing a legal outlet for property and does maintain a legal standing as the bylaw that will be passed eventually through the municipality. Gives it that legal status. It becomes infrastructure that the municipality is responsible to maintain, but the cost for the maintenance of it is borne by the landowners in the report. The drainage superintendent is the one that acts on behalf of the municipality, coordinating that maintenance. Next slide, if we could. So project timeline, just to give you a brief overview of some of the key points that happened through the process. Was started by a petition that was signed by the Mr. Henry, the landowner on lot 28, concession 3. And he signed a petition back in April of 2022. We were appointed shortly thereafter by council. We had our initial on-site meeting in October 2022 that year. We met with the landowners that are included within the report at that on-site meeting. We discussed the petition, the reason that this process was started. We gained some knowledge from the landowners of the drainage conditions in the area where water was flowing, what were some of the concerns. We had an information meeting in February of 2023. We did some preliminary work, considered a few different options to help address the drainage concerns that were occurring. Gave the landowners 3 options to consider and discuss. We had some follow-up discussions after that meeting through 2023, and then into 2024, we went forward and prepared a final report that you have before you today. Next slide. So the municipal drain, and this is a standard slide we have, it just lists all the steps involved in the process. You can see there's quite a number of them in this process. We're at the red circle point. We're at the meeting to consider the final report. After this point, presuming that a provisional bylaw is passed, the appeal process can occur. It occurs with every drain, whether there's an appeal or not, the timelines to follow through. And then the bylaw is finally passed, a third reading of it. We go through the construction phase and then the assessments are levied out. So next slide, the meeting to consider the report. At this meeting, I'm presenting sort of the summary of the drain that's been put together through the report. I answer questions that may come from council or landowner questions that may come up after we do the presentation. Item number 4 in there, basically the council has 3 options after that presentation to move forward with. And there's a slight typo here. I just noticed this going through it. First option is to provide a provisional bylaw, 2 readings of it to adopt the report. This allows us to go through the appeal phase. And then once the appeal phase is done, the third reading is done with the report, with the third reading of the bylaws completed. The second option, it should say council votes not to adopt the report. If you choose not to adopt the report, you do have a landowner that has signed and requested this. That decision can be appealed to the tribunal. And the third option is referring the report back to the engineer for changes. The third option is probably the least likely one, but in some situations, some information comes to light at the meeting to consider that was not presented by landowners at, excuse me, the information meetings. It has to be a fairly major change to justify returning it to the engineer to change. After this meeting, the notice of the quarter revision goes out. Provisional bylaw is sent to landowners notifying about it. And then usually at this meeting to consider, I know it's the first one in quite a while that Meaford has gone through, but excuse me. Questions about assessments or detailed numbers and that are usually left for the quarter revision. This meeting is really to talk about the technical components of the report. The next slide, please. The future opportunities for appeals. So as I mentioned, there's a couple bodies of appeal to go through with this process. The first one's the quarter revision. Excuse me. Fighting a bit of a tail end of a cold here, so it's a bit of a dry throat. The quarter revision is discussed, and that's where assessments only are heard. And then the second body of appeal is called the tribunal, where both assessments and the drain design, if there's appeals on it, can be heard. The quarter revision is made up of 3 or 5 members of council, and the tribunal is a provincial body that handles appeals. Next slide. So the watershed boundary, what is referred to here as the watershed boundary, we use the watershed boundary in the process of assessing the cost of the drain. As I mentioned, this is a community-based project, and all members within the watershed or that are affected by water flowing from the watershed are included within the assessments. So that watershed line, just for those that aren't familiar with it, kind of it indicates an area where all the water falls within it gets to a common downstream point. Next slide, please. So this drawing, I presume everybody can see the drawing in front of them. Just my slides don't show up when I'm looking through the Zoom here. Is a plan and a profile view. The top portion of the page is the plan view of the proposed design of the watershed, or sorry, not the watershed, of the drain. In the middle, you can see Mr. Henry's property. He's on lot 28, concession 3. And the dark black line around it identifies the watershed boundary. Main purpose of this drain is to provide an outlet for Mr. Henry's under drainage that comes to a common point between concession 3 and 4 on the north side of lot 28. In the report, there's a couple photos that show the existing tiles that have been placed into this channel. At this point, there's a channel that continues westward away from Mr. Henry's property through the numbered company. And there's a couple gray lines that are shown across Mr. Lipsett's property to the north, concession 4, lot 29. The water, there's a channel along the property line, and that turns and flows across that gray line with the arrow currently. Our proposed design is to eliminate this water flow going north across Mr. Lipsett property, and as well eliminate the small section of channel on the number company, and instead insert this blue line that is showing up on both the plan and the profile view. And that blue line will be a tile drain, and it will outlet in the Waterton Creek that is on the left or west side of the drawing. The pipe proposed was a 15-inch to a 18-inch, so a 375 to 450 pipe, starting at the downstream end and working its way right along the property line up to Mr. Henry's property. The depth of this pipe will be deeper than the current channel that Mr. Henry has for outlet. His tiles will have a junction box that he'll be able to connect directly to. And at this point, some of the water that flows off of Mr. Henry's property will also be directed into the catch basin. After the tile is constructed and installed, the channel that has been dug on the number company will be filled in. And some of the water that's currently flowing overland will now be collected into the tile and not allowed to flow north through the channel that has been dug on Mr. Lipsett's property. When you look at the drawing, there is some dashed lines on Mr. Henry's property that are outside of the dark black line. That's an area that Mr. Henry has indicated that he's going to under drain into the watershed. So we've assessed that area as well as the area of Mr. Henry's property as part of the drainage works. The profile drawing, for those that are familiar with the profile, is like sliced down the side and looking at the side of the drain. The scale on it is different than the plan view. So the blue line is shown on the bottom there. This is the look of the tile drain. So you see it's relatively flat at the upstream, which is on the right side, and then fairly steep on the left side as it crashes down towards Waterton Creek. As mentioned, the intent of this drain really is to provide an under drainage outlet to Mr. Henry's property. That's what the petition that was signed for. And in the process of doing this, we're able to convey water that originally went overland through channel on both the numbered company and Mr. Lipsett's property will now be into this tile drain. Next slide, please. This slide shows a brief project cost summary. As part of the process of preparing a report, we're required to estimate both the construction engineering costs as well as allowances and additional costs. So on the slide, you can see the total cost of this project are estimated this time to be $182,000. Once the project is completed, the total cost will be added up and this amount will be prorated out to the landowners. I have a brief, we can skip assessments and go to the benefit assessment slide. I'm going to give a brief overview just how assessments are calculated, not talking in detail the numbers that are in this report, because that obviously would be done at the quarter revision, but we basically, following the Drainage Act, gives us a mechanism under sections of the Act of how costs for the construction of the drainage work should be assessed out to the landowners. Section 22 of the Drainage Act, and I've added the definition in there, is called a benefit assessment. And although benefit is a misleading word sometimes, landowners may not feel that there's benefit to them for an assessment. The intent of this section of the Act is seeing a perceived increase in value or protecting a property from water flowing across them or providing a direct connection to a property is considered a benefit. Next slide. The other method for an assessment is called an outlet liability assessment, and that's section 23 under the Drainage Act. The definition of it's a little bit longer, so I didn't include it on the slide, but basically with an outlet liability, we're taking the area that's contributing water to the drain and assessing it out based on the rate and volume of flow of water. And one of the things that we have to do here is we have to take it and make it equivalent for different types of areas. Generally with an agricultural property, we'll use a factor of 1. So on the left side, you can see the actual area, and on the right is what we call an equivalent area. When we have a woodlot area or a wetland area, we tend to have less water running out of those areas. So we factor that area down to, say, a factor of 0.5. Versus, say, we had a road or an asphalt area, the volume and rate of water flowing from a road would be factored up. So a factor of 10 hectares would become 50. So the column on the right is called equivalent hectares, and that's how we base the area in the watershed in assessing an outlet. The next slide, please. Under the allowances, Allowances are dollars that are costs that are put to the total cost of the drain, but are actually paid out to the landowners that the work is being done on their land. There's two main allowances that were included in this report. One is called a Section 29. It's part of Section 29 of the Drainage Act. And it is to allow us to use the land which the drain is going across. We don't have a specific easement defined as you would through a normal legal process, but through the process of the bylaw being passed and providing an allowance, we gain the access right to be able to maintain this drain in the future as well as to install it. So Section 29, ROW stands for right of way, but a use of the land has been provided to the numbered company to allow us to get the tile drain installed across their property. The second allowance that we give out within the report is called a Section 30, and it's for damages. It's Section 30 under the Drainage Act. We can't always choose the exact time of year that we can put this drain in, so we give damages to the landowners or the lands that we're crossing to construct the drain. And it's to account for the damage if there is a crop in there when the tiling contractor comes in. They have a certain width to work in, and we pay the landowners for the damage to those properties. Next slide, please. So on a final note, the grant process. So through OMAFRA, I think it's OMAFA now, the cost of the assessments that are assessed out to the landowners, 1/3 of it is payable by grant by OMAFRA to the landowners. The key note with that, to be eligible for the grant, the properties must be classed as at a farm property class tax rate, which I believe all the properties within this watershed have been included in that rate. And next slide, I guess the last one is questions. If there's any questions or comments, be glad through you, Mayor, to take any of them now.
Bill.
Oh, sorry, Cass, I
For
just,
the,
is
for
better.
the presentation. All members of this council were given a, I don't know how to describe it. We were given an educational time allotment to go over the tile drainage, scenarios. And one of the things that I had marked down about that training session was that one landowner does not have to accept water coming off of another person's property. So as an engineer, can you tell me if that statement is as clean as that I have stated?
Yes, through your Mayor to answer the question. Sorry, if you could just repeat the start of the question. You said the Tile Drainage Act or?
Yeah.
Okay. So what we're working through here is the Drainage Act. And the Drainage Act is set up so that landowners can obtain a legal outlet through another property or to a sufficient outlet or riparian rights to a watercourse. That's one of the purposes of the Drainage Act.
Okay,
I believe what you're referring to is a landowner on their own can't take and dump their water artificially onto somebody else's property, collect it and artificially dump it onto somebody else's property. And that gets more into common law approach. And the Drainage Act has been set up to help address and provide solutions to that common law issue.
Okay, I like that portion of your answer. On our package, it's on our page 96. It's that sketch of the lands that are affected. And I see where the arrow says they're going to take the water and head it down to the existing water course. And I don't understand why you wouldn't take the water coming off of the property that's requesting to have this tile drainage flow. Why wouldn't just take it out to the second concession and have it go into that it's a very deep ditch, and I know you're well aware of that. Why it wouldn't be just allowed to flow down to the existing water course at that point, and it takes its natural route away. And it seems that in this report, the option is to actually cross over that other property.
So just so I get, and through you, Mayor, again, as obviously, just so I understand, are you referring to the dashed area on our plan view?
Yes.
Okay. So with regards to the dashed area, there's times when we are preparing a report and we get input from landowners that they have an opportunity to take under drainage through a watershed boundary. As long as the design of the drain downstream is sized to handle it, they can do that on their property. And that's through our information meetings and our discussions with the landowners. That was the preferred preference to provide an outlet for the property. I think the other thing to note is that to take that tiled area straight south would require access through another person's property as well, which he would either have to gain permission for or another municipal drain.
One final thing, Mr. Mayor.
Please.
So I see on here in that drawing, that presentation, that there's a loop which is heading up. And it's actually listed here on our report. It is the Lipset property. And we had Mr. Lipset talk to us today about that. So as someone who also owns farm property, I fully support, the agricultural community wanting to get their land drained. It does everything it says it's going to do. It gets you onto your property earlier in the spring, and it lets you remain on your property later on in the fall. So, I mean, it's been done for a long period of time. What I don't understand is why there would be a looping into someone else's property when an applicant has said, I want to do my property. And the only note that I have written down here is there's a broad word called the watershed. So that would mean that anytime any farm operation anywhere wants to do tile draining, you could be affecting several farm properties because an individual on their property wants to tile drain. So something as simple as wanting to drain my land turns into a very complicated and very costly affair. So I just don't understand why this loop, even though it is mentioned as watershed, why the property couldn't stand alone for Mitchell Henry to do this, because it's his request, and he does then, according to your engineer's report, have an outlet, but it's affecting, as Mr. Lipset today said in his personal presentation, that it's affecting him, didn't want it, and ultimately your report also clearly says costing. So this is a very costly endeavor, but my basic question is, why does it have to loop up to the north? That'd be it, Mr. Mayor.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe the area that you're referring to is up by the structures on the right or the east side of the property. When we did our site review and investigation, as well as looked at the LiDAR data and contour information that we had available, that small little loop, in our opinion, drains south and through onto Mr. Henry's property. And that's why we included that area within the watershed boundary. Mr. Lipset is through the process. One of the options that was discussed earlier was extending the drain further up and capturing more of the water to the north. We've cut that off and we've made the drain only for the watershed boundary that we identified. That small little loop, though, we felt is still surface water is running overland into Mr. Henry's property.
Okay, you got your answer, I believe. Yes, okay. Other questions from council? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. So just following up on Councillor Bell's question about the loop. So what you're saying is there's no alternative beyond going into Mr. Lipset's property, that is necessary for this to be successful. And the second part of the question is, Mr. Lepset had requested a deferral. In your professional opinion, if council were to do that, would that change anything? I mean, it would buy some time, I guess, to reconsider the design. Is that something that's possible?
Once again, through you, Mr. Mayor, just for clarity, the blue line that's on the drawing, and I hope it's all showing up as blue, it's a dash line. That's the location of the drain. So it's only about 600 or 575 meters long, and it is on the numbered company property, not Mr. Lipset's property. So it's actually south of Mr. Lipset's property line, and it stops at the northwest corner of Mr. Henry's property, the catch basin. So the loop that we're talking about, I believe that we're talking about over on the east side of Mr. Lipset property, is merely the watershed boundary. There is no infrastructure. There's no works being done up in that area. It's only to capture the fact that the water is flowing onto that property. Mr. Lipset's property is not included within the drain other than that small little piece up there. And it's also not including any of his channels or its surfaces that he has running through the lot 29 property. To answer your second question, I believe about asking about the deferral, in our opinion, the discussions that we've had with Mr. Lipset once this report was presented, which I had that discussion before Christmas on, and a understanding through the letters is that Mr. Lipset is concerned with the amount of cost that has been assessed to him. And I feel that, or that we feel that that can be dealt with at the Court of Revision, where he can make a case of how much he should be assessed compared to how much is in the report.
Greenfield.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks for your presentation and your information. I'm really thinking this should be deferred today. It seems to me that an undertaking under the Tile Drainage Act is intended to benefit not only one particular property owner, but also the other property owners in the area, likely particularly adjacent property owners. And from what I've heard from Mr. Lipset, and he and his family have been very prominent up in that area for decades. He has some dissatisfaction with this, and I think, having listened to the presentation and reading the report, I think there can be some questions raised here that I don't think are answered as of yet. So I'm certainly worried about going any further today with this.
Councillor Urick.
Just to piggyback on everyone else's comments, I guess the question I have is, so you've stated that none of the infrastructure is going to be on Mr. Lipset's property. Can you detail then what the cost affiliated to Mr. Lipset, what that's responsible for? Right, if the infrastructure is not literally taking place on his land. Oh, again. No, it's not going on. Let's try that before.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. My question is, why is there any cost to Mr. Lipset at all? Is it because of that one little loop that goes up onto his property?
Through you, Mayor, again, the costs that are assessed to Mr. Lipset, there is a cost on the concession 3 property, and there's also cost on the concession 4 property. And as noted, normally we don't get into the details of the assessments at the court or at the meeting to consider. If there are changes to the assessments, usually done through an appeal at the Court of Revision. However, we'll indicate that we felt that some of the benefit under the Section 22 benefit assessment would be to the downstream lands for having this water conveyed through a pipe system rather than through the existing channels that exist across the properties now.
You have a supplementary, Mr. Bartley?
But we're talking the waters that were inadvertently put onto Mr. Lipsett's property because of tile drainage.
No, not that, no, sorry, through you, Mayor, again. No, I wouldn't say necessarily water just from tile drainage. There's a channel that's existing across the properties. The water flows through those channels. One of the things that when we look at the situation, we don't go back and assess past discrepancies or look at the history of who dug what or who dumped where. We look at the current situation and say, where's the water flowing now and where will it flow? And that's how we look at assessments.
Something that I wouldn't mind getting clarified is simply that, as I understood this, everybody is informed at the outset of the need for such a project, and it's all explained to everybody. But I take it that everybody has to work together. There isn't really an option for somebody to say, well, you know, I'm going to opt out if some of their water is, you know, moving on to a property below it. I'm just trying to clarify, because it seems to me that the motion that we're to pass here sort of enforces the municipality's will upon the landowners.
Yeah, I believe to answer your question, Mr. Mayor, the process is to provisionally adopt the report that is seeking to provide a solution to the petition that's been submitted, which is requesting improved drainage outlet for tiles across the, or from Mr. Henry's property. And the assessments that we've done are based on what we've observed in the watershed and following the processes under the Drainage Act. And if the assessments are appealable through the Court of Revision, landowners have that opportunity if they feel, and this process of assessments and appeals was explained to the landowners in the information meetings, but if they feel they're assessed too high, then they have the opportunity to state a case of why they should be assessed a lower amount, and with that though, that who should pay more as well. And
I'm
that's
just not clear on what maybe Councillor Greenfield and others could explain to me why they think deferment is a good idea at this point.
Mr. Mayor, before we continue to talk about deferring, we need to read the motion and have it moved and
Okay.
seconded first, and then it'll be a little bit easier.
Thank you. Okay. So let's get this on the floor. The recommendation is that Committee of the Whole recommend receiving report operations 2025-01 engineer report, Mitchell Henry Municipal Drain Report for information purposes, and 2, enact a bylaw as per section 59(1) of the Drainage Act, where no person shall be permitted to withdraw their name from the petition and to ratify council's commitment to the project. So a mover and a seconder for this motion. And okay, I've got a mover. Do I have a seconder? Yes, moved by Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Bartley. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. So I will admit to being not necessarily confused, but I don't feel that I have enough information to really support number 2 in this motion. So may I ask you, Director Wiley, can you kind of decipher this a little bit more for council so that I and perhaps the others really understand what it is you're asking of us today? Because if we approve this, then that will initiate then the appeal process, whereby Mr. Lipsett then, I assume at his own expense, would have to come forward and suggest that an appeal is necessary to consider whether or not he is being charged appropriately.
Through the chair, So I think two things, and Jeremy, you weren't here when the question was asked about cost of appeal. And so this is kind of a side thing, but I just want you to know, because we've kind of talked about it, but you weren't aware of the question. So one of the questions that was asked by Mitchell Henry was just in regards to appeals in general and who bears the cost of that. And I think that pertains to either an appeal on the assessment or an appeal on the design. So I'm just going to put that out there first. You probably, you would know better than I will admit. So maybe we can answer that bit, and I can try to also continue on Shirley's question as well.
For you, Mr. Mayor, then to answer that question, if that's appropriate. The costs of the appeals generally are charged to the drain. So they become part of the cost of the drain. So the quarter revision is a relatively lower cost. It's a similar meeting to this. I present the costs that are, I present the logic for the assessments in detail, and landowners can present their appeals, and then the quarter revision makes a decision. So the time incurred there is charged to the drain. The tribunal appeal, if it does go to the tribunal, then tribunal has the ability to assess the cost as they see fit. Generally, the costs of representing and presenting at the tribunal are incorporated into the drain as well.
And so through you, thanks, Jeremy, through you, Mr. Mayor. I guess if you're asking about my thoughts on deferral, I think is kind of what you're asking, Shirley. Maybe you can tell me I'm right, different, but and Jeremy, I think you did a great job, but really we have to remember that this meeting, the whole impetus is, are we good with the design? So the whole point of this and all of the meetings that happened in advance with the individuals involved comes down to the moment here where are we happy with how the design looks, not what people are paying or anything to do with assessments. It is, do we feel like we went through a fair process to get us to this point in which we're going to say the design is fine, everyone was involved, knows what's happening, we approve it and pass the bylaw, and then the appeals can happen for the assessment. And so if people have concerns about how much money they're paying, that is the avenue. At this point, we can't get that fixed, if that's a simplistic way to look at it, until we get past this point. And Jeremy, by all means, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're really just looking at how the water is getting to where it needs to get at this point, not who's paying what. But it is like the conversation about how all of this gets paid for. The more parts of it all go to the drain, so deferrals and all the things, it's food for thought that unless there's a really good reason, we want to be careful about that, because it ends up going back for more design or engineering work. And that also gets borne by the people who are paying into the drain. So that's my honest opinion on that one.
Can I just quickly ask, why then clause 2? Which says that, drives the nail into the coffin here, like no one can opt out. If we're just looking at the engineering plan and saying we like it or we don't, then why is there a second clause that says, and by the way, everybody a party to this is committed to this, there's no ifs, ands, or buts?
Through the chair. So through the Drainage Act, there are various avenues in which people can still withdraw from the petition. And we can talk about what those look like, and Jeremy can provide you exactly where you can do that. But once you get past this point, there are no opportunities to withdraw from the petition.
So now I understand deferment a lot better. But I still see a problem for the participants in the agreement if it gets deferred, because it will cost more. Councillor Urick, you've been
thank you, Mr. Mayor. Maybe I can get through this time. So, Councilor Bartley, thank you for asking that question because it did pertain around the cost. And apologize for being dense here, so I'm still trying to get it, but, so, and I appreciate, Jessica, what you said, that the fact that this is at the design, yet part of that engineer repair report actually alludes to the cost. So it is in essence part and parcel of the report. So the cost is instrumental to the whole thing. Which brings me back to the question. So you said it's less because there's no infrastructure on Mr. Lipsett's land. My question is, you said then it comes down to assessment. So you're making an assessment on a perceived improvement of value due to the water that's now going to be channeled on to Mr. Lipsett's land. That's where the assessment comes from, and that's why he's being charged because it's as a perceived advantage.
More or less in your words, yeah, through your chair again, obviously, but more or less in your words there, yeah, that's some of the essence of it. The details of it, I could present further at the Court of Vision if there is appeal, and maybe elaborate further on that, but that is the process of us looking at and assessing the downstream properties. And make note that we are assessing both the number company and the Lipsett property for some benefit of the water getting into this tile.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you once again, Mr. Mayor. So there's two parts to the request of council. A is to receive this for information, basically. And it's part B that seems to be the issue that we've had conversations on. If I can just refer to you as Jeremy, I don't know your last name, sir, but I've heard Jeremy mentioned.
It's
on
Mr.
item
Taylor.
3 was that it could be sent back to be re-engineered. And you mentioned that, of course, to have that again would add more costs. But if it got re-engineered where that basic loop wasn't included in this, we break it back down to a landowner wishing to drain their land and have minimum impact to the neighbors. Because I know just in the area of where I live, there has been other farmers who have drained their property and have had no impact to their neighbors. And yet, according to comments today, if they'd have thrown the word watershed into it, other folks would have been involved in something that they didn't request and don't want. So I think we can receive item A for information purposes. And I think we should send this back to be re-engineered. If I need to make that a motion, because it's been made clear, if we adopt item B, this process begins. And the only folks who do have major impact on this because they're into it for 1/3 of the money is OMAFRA. And if letters are sent to OMAFRA not liking this at all, I think this thing will go on for years. Or maybe they've got the power to end the application. That I don't know, but they're into it for 1/3 of the costs because it says so in our report. So OMAFRA is a key player in this whole process. My reading of it. If they're spending money and they're going to give money upon an application, they're into it.
Did you want to respond, Jessica?
Through the chair, OMAFRA offers grants. That's their whole purpose. Like, it's not that they're just investing in all of the infrastructure. Like, it's an opportunity to try to make these endeavors more affordable. So I feel like I would see things slightly different as them being into it. If it's this one or any of them, anyone can apply for grants, like it's equal opportunity. So I guess I'm not sure that we would share the same opinion on what that looks like because it's an opportunity for everyone.
Okay, I'd just like to say here, we are very, very fortunate that we have on our staff an expert in this field, and at her, her own time, educated herself on this particular problem, and it enables us to help the important agricultural pillar in our community. So thank you, Jessica, for being here and for supporting us. Deputy Mayor, sorry, it's Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner, and I guess this would be to the clerk. Would it be inappropriate to ask Mr. Lipset a question at this time in this meeting? Because basically what I wanted to know, he wants a deferral for how long? And is it because of the design or is it because of the cost?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, procedurally, a deferral, if we were to just defer this motion, it would reappear on a council agenda in the exact same format. So I don't know that procedurally defer is the way to go. If there's something that needs to be changed in the motion, I would suggest an amendment. And yes, I would suggest that amendment to be crafted with Jeremy's help, because we need to know exactly what we're going away with and coming back. Does that make sense?
Deputy Mayor, I'm going to let you in here too.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. And I guess my question is we've talked about this loop on Mr. Lipset's property a few times now. And so I'm looking to you, Jeremy and Jessica, certainly. If we send this back and that drawing of the loop is removed from Mr. Lipset's property, and I don't even know if that's possible, but for argument's sake, if it is, and if the drain is all on the numbered company's property, do we still assume that there is some benefit to Mr. Lipset's property whereby he would still be assessed? And I know this isn't about the money today, but it is. So would that still be construed as a benefit to Mr. Lipset, and there would still be some cost or a decreased cost, or would that relieve Mr. Lipset of any obligations altogether?
So through you, Mayor, to answer the question, if the concern over the looped area, in my opinion, and that's why we put it into the report, the assessments would still be there the way we have them today. So there would still be assessment to Mr. Lipset. The only scenario that I see changes to the assessments is through the quarter revision.
Then would Mr. Lipset's field be more productive if it was drained as you have engineered it?
Sorry, just for clarity on the question then?
I hope I'm looking at the right loop here, but it seems to go fairly close to the farm buildings, and there's a field there. And my question is, would that field benefit from being drained as part of the project? I mean, it's already draining onto the Mitchell Henry property, but if it were tiled, would it be, which I assume this is, would it be a more productive asset?
So to answer your question, the loop, the area, which I think is about 1.3 or one hectare or so of land, is being assessed as outlet because the water is draining from his property towards Mr. Henry's property. The other property that's being assessed for about 24,000 is the concession 4 property.
Unless people are, I don't see a whole lot more discussion at this point.
If I may, Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
one item that is done at the meeting to consider is should provide an opportunity for anybody that's petitioned for the drain, the opportunity to withdraw their name, or if anybody wants to add their name to petition. Because it is a new drain, we have to verify that the petition is still valid. That process should be done as part of the Drainage Act.
Everybody get that? Could you just give us that one more time, a little more, maybe a little more, speak up and.
Oh, sorry. Yes, by all means. Part of the process under the Drainage Act is should give an opportunity before passing any bylaw for the landowner, for the petitioners. So that would be on this drain, Mr. Henry, the opportunity, if he wishes to, withdraw his name from the petition. Or if anybody wants to add their name to the petition, they're allowed to do so at this point as well. just as part of the process, that should be done.
Unfortunately, Mr. Henry left the meeting.
Therefore, his name's not being withdrawn. He has to stay at the meeting to do it, so we'll presume that his name stays on it then.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just if I may come back to you just for complete clarity before we vote. So number one is self-explanatory. We accept the report for information. Number two, if we accept 1 and 2 as presented, then that means the next step is the appeal process.
Through the chair. So actually, I had this question as well, which maybe because we're in the committee of a whole. So technically, this will come back again in 2 weeks' time. So and then it'll be voted on and everything will be finalized. So I actually had the same question. Did the 40 days start? I'm assuming, I know the answer would be once it's finally approved. So in 2 weeks' time, Jeremy, I'm assuming that's the right assumption, that it would have to be passed in finality for the 40 days to kick in for the appeal process. So that's my understanding, and I can be corrected.
Mr. Taylor?
No, agree with you. It has to be from when the provisional bylaw is passed, so that would be at your next council meeting. Yes.
So that buys us a bit of time here. Councillor Urick?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So again, trying to be clear. So you said somebody at this point in the juncture could remove their name from the petition?
Correct. If they so desire to.
Is Mr. Lipset officially part of the petition?
No, it is not. It is only Mr. Henry that signed the petition.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure because they're all
Yeah.
named in the process. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're going to call this question unless somebody has something else to contribute. So I'm going to read the recommendation again, that the Committee of the Whole recommend Council of the Municipality of Meaford, 1, receive report Ops 2025-01, Engineer Report, Mitchell Henry Municipal Drain Report for information purposes, and 2, enact a bylaw as per section 59(1) of the Drainage Act, where no person shall be permitted to withdraw their name from the petition and to ratify Council's commitment to the report. All in favor? I think it will be, we'll see this again in 2 weeks' time and could change our minds if we so desire. Moving on then, and I think, yes, this is all within the Committee of the Whole. Report from County Council. Deputy Mayor, do you have one there?
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. Yes, I do. County Council has met twice since this council has last met. December the 12th was a blustery day, and it was decided that council would move to a virtual session. That was Warden Matrosov's first meeting, which she handled with absolute expertise. The agenda was a short one. Dr. Era spoke to highlights of the prior Board of Health meeting. He stressed the collaborative efforts that are underway in Gray with many local organizations working together to address the opioid crisis. He acknowledged the recent Ontario Health System Quality and Innovation Award awarded to Gray County's SOS services. That's their supportive outreach service. The SOS program, just in case anyone listening isn't aware, was formed during COVID when there was an outbreak and a fire at a rooming house in Hanover. And that incident really highlighted the need to have a mobile service to assist people in the county. So that has been ongoing, and the SOS paramedic services does a lot to support people who are living rough in particular. Dr. Era also talked about 6 local measles cases, which had been quarantined. So there was no spread, no additional exposure risks from that. 4 bylaws were passed, one of which was a bylaw to authorize a memorandum of understanding between the City of Owen Sound and the Rural Ontario Medical Program and the Corporation of the County of Grey for the provision of accommodation for medical residents. It's certainly understood that if accommodation is provided for residents, there's a better chance of them choosing to stay in the community. Linda Swanston returned from maternity leave as Manager of Climate Change Initiatives for Grey County. She shared that $600,000 had been granted to Grey from the provincial Charge On program, and additional monies will be applied for from the federal zero emissions grant opportunities, and that is for chargers. Okay, so video was shown showcasing successes from the 2024 experimental acres projects. And there were a number of different projects in Grey County that received funding. Just an example, animal grazing, $3,000 was available. And this is about integrating animals on the farm and providing benefits to soil health and promoting carbon storage in cropland soil. Practices include rotating, grazing, bale grazing, and so on. Committee appointments were addressed for the following year. I'm remaining on the Agricultural Advisory Committee, the Long-Term Care Committee of Management, Planning and Economic Development Advisory Committee, and the Board of Health. And as well, which I speak to in the second report, I've also added the Urban Roads and Rural Exchange. And I'm also now on the Budget and Finance Committee at the county. So county also met on January the 9th, and that was also a virtual meeting. Again, a short agenda. No delegations at that particular meeting. 2 items were pulled from the consent agenda. And the first one was from Councillor Patterson, Mayor of Hanover. And that was an amendment for the terms of reference for the Urban Roads and Rural Exchange Task Force, as well as the Budget and Finance Committee. And long story short, as I just mentioned, after a very lengthy discussion at County Council, it was decided that each of them should have representation from each of the lower tiers. So that is how that all came about. And we also talked about updates to the Municipal Accountability Act, which includes codes of conduct. And we've heard about codes of conduct at several of the last conferences that we've attended. Many municipalities feel that it's really important that this be revised. So proposed changes will enable the creation of a standard municipal code of conduct for all of us and standard municipal integrity commissioner investigation processes as well. The beaver and coyote bylaw will be updated to reflect recommendations from local trappers, municipalities, provincial ministries, and residents. And the current process is that, for example, for beaver, if there is a beaver issue, a licensed trapper is appointed to hunt the beaver, and that trapper is supposed to be from within the county of Grey. And that trapper then would bring in the tail, and the county will remunerate for $25 for a beaver. For a coyote, it's a little bit different. The livestock that has been killed by the coyote has to be identified, and the livestock evaluator would confirm that predation. And then a trapper is hired, and the trapper then gets the coyote, and the 2 ears have to be presented at the municipal office to confirm the kill, and the form is filled out, and then the county pays $50. So that's the current process, but we're looking at that to determine if those $25 and $50 fees are still appropriate, because other municipalities or other counties, I should say, are paying more. So a further report will come back to County Council regarding that. And that's the highlights of those 2 meetings.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Any questions at all? Are there any other boards or committees with reports for today? No. So probably the Christmas holiday. All right. So let's have a motion to move out of Committee of the Whole at 2:43 p.m. Moved by Councillor Uhrig, seconded by Councillor Bell. All in favor? And now on to notice of motions, and you have one, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Yes, and I did speak to this earlier in the meeting, so just quickly, following up, recognizing the presentation today and also knowing there's kind of another side to that whole story, I think it's very appropriate to bring forward a notice of motion at this point to invite staff to seek legal counsel and to bring back a report to this council so that we have adequate information to make some kind of decision on the question of what is being called Centreville Beach. So just bringing that notice today and looking forward to bringing the full motion in 2 weeks if council supports this.
Are you seconding that? Sorry, do we?
Just a notice.
Oh, okay, sorry, thank you, all right. And are there any motions today? So you another notice, sorry, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, I'd like to bring notice regarding food trucks in the municipality, please.
Okay. Any others? All right, thank you. And there are no motions for decision today. So I have some minutes to adopt. The recommendation is, be it resolved that Council of the Municipality of Meaford hereby adopt the minutes of the council meetings held on December 9, 2024, and the closed meeting held on the whole closed meetings held on November 22nd, November 25th, December 2nd, and December 5th. Need a motion for that and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Uhrig, seconded by Councillor Forder. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Anything from the communications? Councillor Bell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to pull two. Number 24, it's on the OPP from their funding, and item 26, the Minister of Municipal Affairs about the Code of Conduct.
Okay, and do you want to speak to those now?
Well, yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So on the OPP, item 24, very good news. I think that the province has definitely heard from the municipalities that use the OPP for their police force. And the good news is that the Solicitor General in our budget, we were listed at $2,461,000 plus, and we're getting relief of $356,400 and something. And so that puts us now at 2,000,001. So that's a nice lift. We certainly can use it. And that takes the edge off of that basic requirement. So I think that that is good news that the province recognizes the burden that was going to put on municipalities that use the OPP.
I hesitate to ask, but I think I'm going to ask the treasurer. Do you know what the net difference is? In other words, how much of an increase we would be facing from the OPP in the 2025 budget?
Through you, Mayor. It was 1.9 and a little more last year, so we're going up a couple 100,000. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. That's very helpful to know. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. On the same line, page 15 of our correspondence, there's a municipality requesting that the provincial government take over all OPP costs in Ontario. And that would free up all municipalities to look after their infrastructure. I would like to shirt tail that letter to the provincial government and have them take over all OPP costs in the province of Ontario.
So we would need a seconder for that, would we? And if we make that a motion?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, what item number was that?
It's on page 15. It's from Landmark Highlands.
Yep, so I just need a motion to support, so.
I make a motion to support this.
And is there a seconder? So Councillor Forder. Any discussion? Yeah, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bartley, for bringing that forward, and that would be absolutely wonderful. But I wonder then, what would happen to the communities that have their own police force, Hanover and West Grano and Sound and so on? There'd have to be some compensation from the province to support them. Is that part of the letter?
I agree with you, but that would be their fight. This is our fight. Sorry.
I thought there was, pardon me for interjecting, but I thought there was that we supported a rather ideal resolution, and it came from Councillor Forder brought it forward from our last correspondence about a month ago. But it was to dedicate certain certain items in the provincial budget to cover the municipalities. To actually give the municipalities a fair share of tax revenue so that we, would not be facing the asset management problems we are. Oh, sorry. Okay. So do you have a comment? I mean, I think it's a problem if municipalities have a very serious problem, but we keep piecemealing our approach to the provincial government as how to solve it. And I thought that there was a resolution that we did piggyback on, which was really meritorious. And I'm not 100% sure that asking the province to pay all policing costs for the municipalities is necessarily as beneficial as the previous one we supported.
Absolutely agree with you. It wouldn't be as beneficial, but there's no dollar figure attached to the other one. I think we should hit them with both barrels. This isn't just coming from Landmark. I've heard this time and time and time again, that we all know the infrastructure deficit is $5 billion in Ontario a year. And this year is one way. If they want to take over OPP costs, look after it, that gives this municipality over $2 million to work on the infrastructure, which would greatly help that. It costs nothing to send the letter.
No.
And I know there's a bigger amount of municipalities doing so.
So did we move a motion and say, okay, all in favor? And that is carried. And I'm going to come back before I get too far behind and ask Councillor Bell, you had another item you wanted to speak to on the agenda.
Mr. Mayor, yeah, number 26 from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing Code of Conduct. So I know when you read this like I did, basically there's going to be a very top person, the integrity commissioner of all integrity commissioners, who's going to train the other integrity commissioners so that consistency of integrity commissioners would be more realized within the province of Ontario. The item that did catch my attention was the power that would be enhanced, would be that the integrity commissioner could come back with a finding and present to any council ultimate removal of a councillor for, I read, 4 years. So right now, they make recommendations, and it does come to councils, and councils do give their viewpoints on it. It does say, however, that portion would not be removed. It would still come before councils to support, but it's a pretty heavy recommendation that the integrity commissioner would like to see put in place, that the comments could simply say removal of an elected official. And I think we're seeing across the province, there are municipalities and there are councils that are having a pretty rugged time behaving. And anyway, I just wanted to mention that's coming. And yeah, thank you.
Yeah, there's some discussion about that at county council, and nobody saw the legislature as a paragon of virtue. So to be deciding, our governance, but anyway. Anything else under communications that you want to discuss? If not, I think we are just about ready to move on, and we are going to have a closed session following this meeting. and I'll give you that resolution now. Be it resolved that Council of the Municipality of Meaford does now go into a closed session at 2:54 p.m. with the Director of Community Services and Human Resources, the Director of Operations, Treasurer/Director of Financial Services, Deputy Treasurer, and Acting Clerk in attendance to discuss A, personal matters about identifiable individuals, including municipal or local board employees, specifically relating to recruitment of a CAO, and B, labor relations or employee negotiations, specifically regarding an organization chart and corporate staff positions. So, yes, I suggest we take maybe a, yes, thank you. Moved by Councillor Bell, seconded by Councillor Bartley, and we will move into that closed session following a 10-minute recess. in open session, and I just want to report out of our closed session that we met with the Director of Community Services and Human Resources, the Director of Operations, Director or Treasurer and Director of Financial Services, the Deputy Treasurer, and Acting Clerk in attendance to discuss A, personal matters about identifiable individuals, including municipal or local board employees, specifically So going back to A, personal matters about identifiable individuals, including municipal or local board employees, specifically relating to recruitment of a CAO, and B, labor relations or employee negotiations, specifically regarding an organization chart and corporate staff positions. As well, Council gave direction to staff on CAO recruitment. Been a long day. So thank you, everyone. And with that, we'll adjourn today's meeting.